Kamera Isati nomboro itatirikupa para ndiri kuintrodusa zvinhu zvinhu zvinotisadzoke basa.
Ladies and gentlemen, apologies for the delay. We're just waiting for the Honourable Minister of Energy and Power Development, Soga, to appear. He'll be here very, very shortly. So please give us 5 or 10 minutes, and we'll be kicking off the forum imminently. Thank you.
I learned that at ZT. So ZT used to come and take us when they so we have a very good relationship, so much so that the guys will come and tell them that you're gonna go far. So now my battery will doing the conversation. So when I think
Okay, thank you.
no, it's not. The problem is... No, I mean, yes. No, I don't know. So now we're together. Yeah. All right. All right, cool.
chinodiwa kuita sei?
Kuda kutodzora mashure. Manzinoita zvemuda kuti
Ada kutoita space wane machesi kumafadha kesta.
aiwa inini shoti rangu ndo ndavhara endai padhuze nepadhuze ndafunga kuti arikuda kuti tebheri kuda kudzora mashure.
Not pushing through the table.
Gozi inini kuuya kwamunoita kunovhura kuti ndikufanira kura manjuya chivhara kungwa tukari iwo rutora saundi kumixera saka kwauya kwaunga wamboenda
Yeah, I think you can input some take cable yangu
nyaya yekebho ndayatati kuye kuno Chana kurai left spark.
Zikura kulipa.
Yeah.
kudenga kune. Ndamboona kuti kudenga kune.
Shall we go right?
Right, please remain standing, everybody. If we can, please remain standing for the national anthem of Zimbabwe.
Thank
please be seated. A very good morning to all of you, and thank you so much for your patience. I'd like to welcome you all to the UNDP Energy Offer Investment Forum, a national climate and renewable energy investment platform. And of course, this is a renewed approach towards accelerating energy transition for SDG achievement in Zimbabwe. My name is Andy Hodges. I'll be a facilitator. I'm not even going to tell you what I do or what I am, because I think a lot of you know me, but I actually work for a company called Zim Papers TV Network, and I'm also a banker for my sins. I see the bankers are smiling. I used to be a treasurer of one of the major banks in Zimbabwe, so it's my great pleasure to be with you this morning. Before I get into the salutations, I'd like to thank the Ministry of Energy and Power Development, UNDP, and AECF, the partners for this, for making this all possible. Thank you very much indeed. Please, can you give them a round of applause, our partners? Now, without further ado, I'd like to do some acknowledgements. I'd like to acknowledge Honorable Zemu Soda, Honorable Minister of Energy and Power Development here present. Thank you, Minister, for being here. Deputy Minister Honorable Mudimu, she's the Ministry of Energy and Power Development, Honorable Minister. Dr. G. Magombo, PS, Ministry of Energy and Power Development, as a Permanent Secretary. I'd like to also acknowledge Dr. Katera, Ministry of Finance representative here present. Welcome, Dr. Katera. I'd also like to acknowledge senior government representatives here present. Mrs. Verity Nyaga, UNDP resident representative. Mr. Fungai Matura, UNDP regional office. I'd like to also acknowledge Mrs. Dorothy Mushayavanu, AECF, and AECF representatives here present. And also Mrs. Madalena Mawoja, Deputy Resident Representative, UNDP. Then from the banking sector, I'd like to acknowledge Dr. Patrick Takawira, FBC Bank Treasury Head. In fact, it's my old job, Patrick, as you know. And Dr. Dube from Climate Finance and Sustainability Division, IBDZ. Dr. Raban Masuka, Head of Research at ZIDA. Welcome, Raban. I'd also like to welcome Mrs. Lucinda Tyser, Manager from the Swedish Embassy, and of course all the UN officials here present. Thank you so much for being here. Private sector representatives from the energy sector, and I'm sure you'll hear later some of the proposals and projects they have. Welcome, and this is exactly why you are here. Business leaders, ladies and gentlemen, and if I can say all protocol observed. There was a long protocol, but anyway, welcome and thank you so much for being here. Now, of course, why are we here? Well, UNDP's renewed strategic offer in Africa, or Africa Promise, the Zimbabwe Country Office here on the Ministry of Energy and Power Development are implementing the Africa Energy Offer to accelerate access to sustainable, affordable, and clean energy that will catalyze SDG achievements. And now some of the numbers that I saw from the UNDP's brief were quite staggering. Only 32.2% of Zimbabwean population has access to electricity, which leaves about 10 million Zimbabweans without access to electricity. So that's quite serious. And of course, we talk renewable energy, and already renewable energy is part of our lives. I'm sure most of us here, and even most of our relatives in Kumusho and the rural areas, use solar energy already, little solar things, and even in our own homes we have solar. But the objective really for today, which I'm sure will be articulated better by the various speakers coming up, is really to bring regional and national investors together with climate and renewable energy projects and enterprises operating in Zimbabwe. And we'll hear a lot of projects coming up later on during the day, or during the course of the day, whereby you'll be able to understand exactly what is on offer, what is available in Zimbabwe. But more importantly as well, I think, which is a critical aspect, is why we have the bankers here. We really want to talk about finance. What kind of financial structures can we put in place to fund these renewable energy projects? Because at the end of the day, we have to start moving to renewable energy, solar, wind, and so forth, and move away from fossil fuels, and also our over-dependence on hydroelectric. But anyway, without me going on, I had 20 minutes, but I'm not going to talk for 20 minutes because we need to catch up a bit of time. But without further ado, I'd like to welcome Dr. G. Magombo, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Energy and Power Development, to give some welcome remarks. Dr. Magombo, please, a round of applause.
I'm not as tall as Andy, so he forgot to turn the mic around. It's fine. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. At least now we are together. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of our Honorable Minister of Energy and Power Development, Honorable Jemusoda, our Honorable Deputy Minister of Energy and Power Development. I'd like to also recognize the acting UN resident representative, Mrs. Verity Nyaga. I would also like to recognize her deputy, Mrs. Madeline Monoja. I would like to also recognize the UN family representatives who are here with us. I will not call them out by name. I would like to also recognize the different representatives of the various financial institutions here represented, including development partners. I would like to acknowledge the Swedish Embassy rep who is here present, private sector representatives. I've seen a number of faces which I deal with quite often from the IPP's world, business leaders, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure if I haven't mentioned you by name, I at least have acknowledged that you are a lady or a gentleman. I know there are people who are now calling themselves gender neutral, but I will not delve into that world for now. I'd like to also acknowledge my sister from the Ministry of Finance, Dr. Kaitera, who has joined us now. A warm welcome to you all. My role is a simple one, to just welcome you to this workshop. I think the key issue which I would like to share is the fact that Zimbabwe as a country has been going through a serious energy crisis, which stems from lack of investments over years. But most importantly, we are here today because we have recognized the need for additional investments, and also acknowledging the fact that every megawatt, whether it's half or 100 kilowatts, 10 kilowatts, is important. It will make a huge difference towards what we need to achieve, which is universal access to energy by 2030. The Central Statistics did is the population census last year, and part of this census came up with very interesting figures to show that as a country there's a significant uptake of renewable energy technologies, which brought in a total of almost up to just over 60% access. I know the figures which are being quoted now are still sitting at 41, which is what Andy spoke to. But I think we'll need to get time to put together the actual figures based on the latest census which we did in 2022. So what is critical is what we are doing today. Whilst we are having a challenge which will be spoken to, and what are the initiatives we are taking to address that, one of the biggest challenges which we are trying to address today by bringing people together to this workshop is that of financing. Last week I had the opportunity to participate in an international renewable energy conference where there was a launch of the latest report which is being done by IRENA, the Global Landscape of Renewable Energy Finance for 2023, which has figures up to 2022. And what is really coming out of those figures is that last year, 2022, had the highest level of investment into renewables, and it had a total of about $1.3 trillion going into renewable energy, energy efficiency, and transition-related technologies. But what is critical is that less than 2% of that got to the sub-Saharan region of Africa. So we are not getting the investments, not just Zimbabwe, it's the whole sub-Saharan region. And I think even statistics for over the last 10 years are showing the same trend. And what has happened last year is that the world went into an energy crisis, which was also caused by the geopolitical challenges in Europe. And from that, a lot of countries have been investing internally to improve their own energy security. So as we start this workshop today, I would like to urge us as Zimbabweans to start looking at how we can make a difference by increasing investments into the energy sector, which are coming from internal resources. Because there is not much movement of funds from the global north to the global south. We have been speaking about this for years. We have been speaking about the COPs, talking about billions of dollars which need to be injected. So this offer, which is coming today, and this investment forum, is to do a matchmaking exercise, to say those who have projects and those who might have funding, can we sit on the table and start making a difference? We cannot continue with the situation as is. We need the projects to start happening. And as government, we are supporting every little project from small kilowatts to megawatts and gigawatts so that we can make a difference. And through renewable energy, we will be able to make that difference. Although we still have to work towards the large projects, which I'm sure the guest of honor will be able to highlight in terms of where we are. So my job was to just welcome you here and indicate that by the end of today, there should be some people who would be able to start working together, those with projects and those with the potential funding. And that will really be the biggest objective which would have been met if we are to then move together. And we'd like to thank our partners, UNDP, for making this possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Magomo. Please, another round of applause for the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Energy and Power Development. I like what she said. At the end of the day, we have financiers and project leaders who will be able to talk and see whether we can move those projects forward. And then we know that this Energy Offer Investment Forum would be highly successful. I'd now like to call upon for opening remarks Mrs. Verity Nyaga. She's a UNDP resident representative here in Zimbabwe. Please, a round of applause for Mrs. Nyaga.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies, distinguished guests and participants. Let me start by welcoming you all to this first Renewable Energy Investment Forum in Zimbabwe, which is co-hosted by the Ministry of Energy and UNDP. Allow me to acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Minister, Zemu Soda, the Minister of Energy and Power Development. I would also like to recognize the presence of the Deputy Minister of Energy, Honorable Magna Mudiwa. I'd also like to recognize the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Energy and Power Development, Dr. Gloria Magambo. I'd also like to appreciate the presence of Dr. Katere from the Ministry of Finance. Also would like to recognize my colleagues, Madalena Munoja, Deputy Resident Representative, UNDP. Also the team leader of UNDP who's been involved in this project or initiative, Jeremiah Mshosho, who heads the Poverty and Environment Unit. Also, I would also like to recognize the financial institutions that are represented here, the Zimbabwe Investment Authority, development partners who are here, UN agencies, the civil society organizations, and of course, the investors, the private sector, and other senior government officials. Ladies and gentlemen, UNDP is very excited to welcome you to the first Renewable Energy Investment Forum as part of greater efforts to create an interaction platform for stakeholders involved in the energy sector. The biggest challenge of our time is to fight climate change, and to do so, we need to ensure the transformation of the global energy system towards a low carbon and net zero emission pathway that is fast enough to achieve the Paris Agreement, the Sustainable Development Goals, and leaving no one behind. The need to transform energy systems has been further put into focus by the current energy challenges, which have been alluded to by the Permanent Secretary in Zimbabwe, but as well as in the region, which we are facing, and where our energy generating systems are under a lot of pressure. This, however, presents a fundamental chance for all of us to rethink energy towards cleaner, more secure, efficient, resilient, and inclusive systems. As you know, renewable energy is becoming increasingly important for economic development in our country. We need clean, reliable sources of energy in order to power our industries, homes, reduce pollution, and create jobs. The global and Zimbabwe energy systems must be reinvented if we are going to address climate change, poverty, and inequality. The figures from the 2022 national census shows that 34% of the Zimbabwean population relies on energy from the national and local mini-grid, 28% from off-grid electricity, and sadly 38% have no form of electricity or energy sources. Already, Zimbabwe is in the process of implementing the NDS-1, whose success rests upon catalysts being exploited, such as renewable energies. Ladies and gentlemen, we recognize the tremendous potential of renewable energies to drive economic growth, reduce poverty, and improve the standard of living in the country. Estimates show that the world requires at least $1 trillion investment in energy infrastructure by the year 2030. Given the upfront costs required for development and deployment of renewable energy, multiple sources of funding are required, including public and private sources. In order to attract this investment into Zimbabwe, we need to create enabling environment, bringing stakeholders like today, and de-risking investments in renewable energy so that we can reach the targets we have set in the National Renewable Energy Policy, the NDS-1, and also the NDCs. The UNDP renewed strategic offer in Africa, or what we call Africa Promise, aims to strengthen UNDP's position as Africa's premier enabler and integrator for the 2030 and 2063 agendas. Affordable and sustainable energy constitutes one of the 6 impact areas of UNDP's Africa Promise, focusing on energy interventions as enablers of development. UNDP's Africa Promise pledged to provide at least 100 people with access to energy by the end of the current strategic plan of UNDP. UNDP has further pledged to catalyze knowledge, innovation, partnerships, and finance to provide sustainable, affordable, and reliable energy to additionally 500 million people by 2025, especially for those hardest to reach and in crisis context. UNDP has been implementing the de-risking renewable energy investment framework, which systematically identifies the barriers, associated risks, which can hold back private sector investments in renewable energy. Through this framework, we assist policymakers to put in place packages of targeted public interventions to address these risks. Each intervention works in one of the three ways: reducing, transferring, or compensating for risk. Ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned earlier, achieving SDG 7, that is clean, affordable, reliable energy for all, requires a massive upfront investment to help modernize or build the energy infrastructure of the future. The UN, financial institutions, and governments cannot do it alone and must focus on enabling increased commercial capital flows to developing economies. UNDP has responded to this call to be the integrator between government, development agencies, and private sector, as envisaged through the UNDP Energy Offer project that was launched by the Honorable Minister in April 2022 during the Zimbabwe International Trade Fair. To date, in Zimbabwe, the Energy Offer project, in partnership with the Rural Electrification Fund, revitalizing the 100 kilowatt Mashaba solar mini-grid. The system will supply power to 2 irrigation schemes, 15 businesses, clinics, schools, and community water pumping schemes. The project is also installing a new 120 kilowatt solar mini-grid in Ndebele, Wange, in partnership with the Rural Electrification Fund, who have contributed through the construction of a 4.6 kilometers of distribution network. This plant will benefit at least 80 beneficiaries, inclusive of 30 businesses, village households, primary and secondary schools, churches, and community boreholes. Sorry for that. The UNDP Energy Offer is installing 9 solar energy kiosks in Mashaba and Ndebele communities. The interventions will contribute to green jobs, employment, and employment creation. The kiosks offer an opportunity to small businesses in the selected areas to implement income-generating activities. Ladies and gentlemen, this investment forum brings regional and national investors and project developers and enterprises to a platform of interaction. The event presents an opportunity to participating investors or financiers to have access to a pipeline of projects developed in Zimbabwe under the Energy Offer project and beyond, as well as projects with proven sustainable business models. Project developers will have a unique opportunity to start conversation and secure connections for financial successful projects and innovative models through bilateral meetings. Participants will gain valuable insights from expert-led discussions and dialogue on current investment and financing conditions for renewable energy projects. UNDP Energy Offer First Investment Forum will identify action points for a renewed approach towards accelerated energy transition and closing the energy access gap in Zimbabwe for SDG achievement through green investment. This will pave way for regular renewable energy technology-specific investment forums for the future. We count on your usual support of all stakeholders today to contribute towards the implementation of the proposed intervention. This calls for a multi-stakeholder approach and collaboration of parties, government, private sector, development partners, CSOs, and the academia in closing the energy gap through continuous engagement, strategic partner policies, and robust coordination mechanism. With those remarks, I just want to thank you for your time and attention. I look forward to hearing your thoughts and ideas on how we can further accelerate renewable energy investment in our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Nyaga. A round of applause, please, Mrs. Verity Nyaga, UNDP resident representative. I like some of the things that in fact, I like all of the things you were saying. Renewable energy access to an additional 500 million people by 2025. And of course, SDG 7, which of course is clean, renewable energy for all, which is a great goal for the world to achieve, and obviously all in the context of SDGs. And I like the motto of the SDGs, and she said this, leave no one behind. It's something that our own president, Dr. Idi Mnangagwa, has said numerous times about the citizens of Zimbabwe. We need to put in place policies and achievements that leave no one behind. Now, before we move to our next speaker, I'd just like to highlight to you that upstairs on the first floor, there's an exhibition, a renewable energy exhibition. So please, whether you have time during tea or whenever you can, please wander around. There's some nice exhibitions from energy companies and obviously some gorgeous and beautiful paintings that have been done by fantastic Zimbabwean artists. So please take some time to go up there and have a look at it. Of course, you are at the UNDP Energy Offer Investment Forum, and I'd like to thank Ministry of Energy and Power Development, UNDP, and AECF, who of course are partners and have made this forum possible. Now then, I did speak earlier about the strategic offer from the UNDP, and I said that someone will be able to explain it much better than I possibly could. And so to speak to the UNDP renewed strategic offer, regional and country initiatives, I'd like to invite Mr. Fungai Matura, UNDP Regional Office, up to the podium. Mr. Matura.
Thank you. Yeah. I'm sorry, Honorable Minister. I'm sorry, Deputy. I'm sorry, Doctor. Okay. Okay. I thought the presentation was going to be projected, but anyway, I'll talk to the laptop which I have. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this occasion. My name is Fungai Matura. I'm the Regional Energy Advisor for the UNDP. I'm just going to be talking about what is happening in other African countries. I think Dr. Magombo gave a very good introduction for me in terms of the fact that not much money is flowing into the Global South towards energy projects. But as UNDP, we are working with different countries in Africa, trying to find projects, trying to find solutions to the energy context in the different countries. So each country is unique, each country has its own challenges, each country has got its own advantages. So as UNDP, we do try to work with those different countries to come up with solutions to the energy issues in the different countries. So I'm just going to share some of the experience which is taking place in some of the countries in Africa. As as UNDP, why are we doing this? Why are we involving ourselves in this energy space? It's really because we want to close the energy access gap. I think the figures have been said before. In Africa, we are looking at over 751 million people lacking access to electricity. We are talking of over 940 million people lacking access to clean cooking. And clean cooking is really something which affects our people. It affects particularly women and children in terms of being exposed to pollution, indoor pollution, and which has detrimental effects on our people. So it's something which, as UNDP, we are really passionate about to try and close that gap. We also want to deal with resilience. How do we make communities more resilient in the face of the climate challenges? And we are also talking about just energy transition. I think the regional rep actually spoke. How do we get a just transition? It's not a question of just deploying renewable energy technologies out there, but we really need to find out, there are people, there are communities which are dependent on coal, for example. How do you get them to move to new technologies without, how do you get them to move to new technologies without affecting their livelihood? How do you move along with them? I think the leaving no one behind has already been spoken to. So energy transition, energy access, energy resilience, and creating opportunities for all communities. I think the goal has already been spoken about. We want to, as the UN system, not just UNDP, as the UN system, the goal is to try to get 500 additional people having access to clean energy by 2025. It's an ambitious goal, but a lot of things are taking place within the UN system to try and achieve this. Then let's talk about Africa. What are we doing? I think we've already talked about the number of people. We've already, we are looking at about 25 billion, which is required each year for us to be able to close the energy access gap. And we're also focusing on distributed energy solutions. I think that's why a lot of you are here in this room, because we think that is a solution which can actually work for us as a continent. So when we look at UNDP's work in Africa, we have what we are calling vertical funds. These are funds which we are investing in projects. And so far we have provided 450 million grants in over 100 countries, of which 107 projects have been funded in Africa, where 31 million people have actually been able to get access to clean energy through our efforts. And we do have several projects which we are carrying out through Africa. We have our flagship Africa Mini Grid program. I'm going to talk a bit more about that. We have got some financing facilities. We have got the fuel subsidy reform. We have got the Solar for Health program, climate aggregation platform. We've got climate promise, and we've got the energy for the Sahel. These are all projects which we are carrying out in different parts of Africa, and one or two projects are actually being carried out here in Zimbabwe, and we'll be able to share a bit on that. Let's talk about the Africa Mini Grid project. This is really one of the key projects which we are carrying out in Africa. It's a project where we are trying to come up with a structure which addresses the challenges of why mini grids are facing challenges. We know there are a lot of different challenges. Some of them are country specific, but some of them are really global. So we came up with this project, which is funding, which is not only creating funding, but it's offering technical assistance, it's offering financing, it's offering policy support in the different countries. So we are initially targeting 21 countries. We are initially targeting 21 countries. I think you can see the countries there, from Angola to Sudan. Some of these projects have already been launched. And then the second round is going to be launched in those countries from Benin up to Zambia. And then the third round, which is going to be looking at DRC, Burundi, and Liberia. So we are really trying to look at Anglophone and Francophone countries and also Lusophone countries, providing support on the ground, technical support on the ground, which links into this regional project, which is actually based in one of the regional countries. Then we are looking at Solar for Health. This again is focusing on energizing health facilities throughout Africa. The idea behind Solar for Health is to try and move away from a situation whereby if there is donor funding available, people put up hardware at a clinic or at a hospital, and then 3-4 years down the line, the system is no longer working because maybe the people with the technical expertise to run the systems are no longer there. So we are trying to come up with private-public partnerships where the private sector is actually involved, is actually offering energy for service to the hospital. So it goes beyond just putting up infrastructure, but making sure that the infrastructure keeps on working after the donor funding has moved on. So this project, I would like to actually highlight the fact that it's actually being implemented here in Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe is one of the countries which is actually implementing the Solar for Health project. And maybe it's because I also come from this country. It also happens that the Zimbabwe project is actually the flagship for the whole UNDP system in terms of how such a project can be done very successfully. We're still learning. We're still learning in some of the areas. We're still trying to incorporate local entrepreneurs in the system, but we think this project has really been successful. Then the other system instruments which we are trying to introduce, we are trying to work with the private sector to introduce debt and equity financing for projects. Also, I think the RR already spoke about how do we work with other UN agencies to introduce risk mitigation measures. Then there's another project which is actually now under development. This is what we are calling Action Opportunities Project. What we have actually done is we've identified the 12 countries in Africa where we are actually carrying detailed studies to find out how else can we intervene and support the countries. And Zimbabwe actually happens to be one of those countries which has actually been selected for additional support. So what kind of projects are we looking for? We're looking for projects which have got high impact, which can achieve sustainable contribution towards energy access, which can be achieved within a relatively short period of time, which are politically attractive because we always want to work in tandem and in line with what the government priorities are. They also have obviously to be technically feasible and financially viable. So the action opportunities can either be assisting to create a more conducive enabling environment. In countries where the environment is not very conducive, we'll then work with the government to provide technical assistance to then support the government to create the relevant policies and frameworks which can then make sure that the environment is more conducive. Or we can actually work with access to finance. How can we work with the country to put in place financial mechanisms which can then finance projects in that particular country? Or we can work on pipeline development. How do we surface those projects which can then be funded by the private sector? So these are some of the action opportunities which we are looking at in the different countries. So scoping missions have been done, and one of the scoping missions was actually carried out here in Zimbabwe, and these were some of the findings which we came up with. One of them was to support solar home systems. I think that was the first thing which the scoping mission came up with. They found that there's a vibrant solar home system market in Zimbabwe, but it needs support for it to be able to scale to a different level. So we need to come up with how then do we work on that to scale up that market. The second opportunity, which was identified by the consultants, was on mini grids. How do we create a more conducive or viable market for mini grids in Zimbabwe? So this is one of the recommendations which they came up with, facilitating national dialogues, identifying suitable delivery models, integrating gender is something which we are obviously always very keen on, and exploring the potential of developing of preparing Zimbabwe to become part of the AMP Africa Mini Grid project. So those are some of the recommendations which we are trying to explore. It's still very much work in progress, but this just to show, we're just trying to demonstrate what are the things we are doing in Africa and what are the things as UNDP we are trying to identify and do in Zimbabwe. I think in brief, that's just what I wanted to share. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause, Mr. Fungai Matura, UNDP Regional Office. I must say that was a stimulating presentation and eye-opening, Mr. Matua. Thank you. I didn't realize the UNDP, 100 countries, $450 million worth of grants, 31 million people have now access to clean energy. Please, a round of applause, UNDP, and their efforts. Now then, without further ado, I would like to now call upon the Honourable Deputy Minister of Energy and Power Development, Honourable Mudimu, to introduce our keynote speaker this morning. Honourable Mudimu.
Just want to leave. Okay. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope I find you all well and energetic since you are attending the Energy Summit, the Energy Forum, Investment Forum. Okay, let me start by recognizing the Honorable Minister of Energy and Power Development who is with us this morning. Then I want to acknowledge the Secretary for the Ministry of Energy and Power Development, the representative, the country representative of the United Nations, Mrs. Verity Nyaga, I don't know, the UNDP resident representative. Okay, and of course, let me say all protocol observed. My task this morning is that I have to introduce our guest of honor this morning, who is among us already. You might have met him before, or you might have interacted with him before. He is the Minister of Energy and Power Development. I have known him since 2020 when he came to take up the post of Minister for Energy and Power Development in the ministry. But before that, I had known him at Parliament where he joined in. He was elected as the legislator or member of Parliament for Mzarabani North in 2018. And since then, he was with Parliament until his appointment to be Minister of Energy and Power Development. I don't think I have to take much of your time since we are already behind time, let me invite our guest of honor, who is known as Jemu Soda. Many people have always made confusion of the first name and the surname. It's Jemu Soda. Jemu is the first name and Soda is the surname. Ladies and gentlemen, let's join our hands as I invite our guest of honor to come and give us his keynote address. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. We may be seated. The Director of Ceremonies, or the facilitator for today's events, Mr. Andy Hodges, the Deputy Minister for Energy and Power Development, Honorable Magna Mujgiwa, who has just invited me, the Permanent Secretary for Energy and Power Development, Dr. Gloria Magombo, other staff members from the Ministry of Energy, Dr. Katera, representing the Ministry of Finance, government officials here present, including our parastatals. I see we have representatives from RIA, ZESA, and I suppose we are joined by the regulator, ZERA. The acting UNDP country resident representative, Mrs. Nyaga, and your deputy, Mrs. Manoja, project leaders and developers, the Swedish representative here present, all investors and financiers who have just joined us. Of note, I recognize the IDBZ, FBC representative, AECF representative, business leaders and entrepreneurs, including our independent power producers, ZIDA representatives, media houses here present, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure that I'm participating at this Energy Offer Investor Forum, which is co-hosted by the Ministry of Energy and UNDP. Today is a special day where investors and potential project developers will renew their impetus in accelerating energy transition for sustainable development goals that we envisage to achieve in Zimbabwe. Again, it is a pleasure to acknowledge the willingness of Zimbabweans and companies to come together and improve the power situation in the country through proposing and investing in projects that speaks to the ministry's mandate. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to highlight the current state of Zimbabwe's energy sector in order to bring everything into context. According to recent statistics, the country has an electricity penetration rate of 54%. This position is not desirable, considering that a large number of people, particularly in rural areas, lack access to modern energy services. In fact, electricity access levels in rural areas is below 20%, with the balance available to urbanities. Although we have seen increased penetration of small portable solar systems, our challenge remains that of funding relatively bigger projects which will increase access to modern energy as we journey towards Vision 2030. It is indeed undesirable to indicate that the country has a power supply deficit, which accounts for load shedding experienced especially during peak hours. We often have a peak power demand of 1,700 megawatts against an achievable power supply which ranges between 1,200 and 1,400 megawatts. This supply is augmented by imports which we obtain from our neighboring countries in the region, which comes at a huge cost. The aspirations in our national economic blueprint, which is the National Development Strategy 1, demands that we embark on a transformative approach in the provision of energy and power services to all sectors of our economy. The projected growth that will lead our country into an upper middle income economy requires a clear roadmap on how the energy needs of our growing economy will be met. We have clearly outlined our targets in the renewable energy policy for various technologies whose resources are available in the country. The condition of our existing energy infrastructure require urgent attention. For this reason, we have embarked on a journey to upgrade our energy generation, transmission and distribution network during the course of the NDS-1 program. Most importantly, we will expand our energy generation facilities together with reinforcing our transmission and distribution infrastructure in order to reduce on losses on power that is normally incurred through wheeling of electricity. Ladies and gentlemen, the issue of climate change is topical worldwide. Zimbabwe as a nation has been severely affected by this phenomenon in power generation, as evidenced by the reduced water levels at Kwaramba since the end of last year. Platforms like this are crucial in challenging thoughts and proffering possible solutions to the effects of climate change. In order to stand the test, there is need to diversify the energy mix such that if one source is affected, others can assume the load. One of the goals of the COP26 was to raise or mobilize United States dollars 100 billion in every climate year so that it can be channeled towards adaptation and mitigation activities. This is in line with the target to reduce global temperatures from where they are to less than 1.5 degrees Celsius or below. According to the World Energy Outlook reports, rapid transitions is solely dependent on the investment being committed to individual countries. It also subscribes to the need by countries to invest in energy sector in order to reduce the risk of energy price spikes, volatilities, failing to attain the net zero target by 2050. It is encouraging that governments take the lead. However, funding is beyond public financing. My ministry is fully aware of the need to work together, as the old adage says, and I quote, "Alone one can go fast, but together we can go far." Hence, we are committed to work with progressive partners and investors who wish to invest in the energy sector. The UNDP is one of the development agencies that the government is working with as we endeavor to achieve our SDGs. Our partnership with the UNDP and other UN agencies dates back a long way, such as the World Solar Summit, which was conducted in 1996, and the subsequent GEF program of solar home systems for households that was done around the year 2000. The development and launch of the renewable energy bio policies, which were done in the year 2019, the current Solar for Health program for rural clinics, and many other initiatives I will not mention here. The energy offer, which is funded to the tune of 1.5 million. The public funds alone cannot afford achievement of all our desired goals. However, as policymakers, we try to ensure that the environment is conducive for investments, as evidenced by improvements in policies through feedback from various stakeholders. We have set the renewable energy target for Zimbabwe based on analysis of the nationally determined contribution objectives for greenhouse gas emissions, demand supply scenario, ability of utilities to pay for such power, and marginal increase in tariffs of end users. Government continues to improve the environment, with the recent development being a de-risking mechanism through the government implementation agreement. It should be highlighted that these investments are important in increasing the share of renewable energy mix in the grid. The National Renewable Energy Policy envisages that the country should have obtained 4,600 megawatts total generation by 2030, of which 26.5 will be renewable energy contributions. It is our endeavor to ensure policies continue to contain strategies which translate objectives into specific targets and actions in order to empower stakeholders to contribute towards the resolution and prevention of the recurring energy crisis that have been facing the country. Your presence shows that we are going in the right direction to realize our dreams. Zimbabwe's economy recorded 4% growth last year, with the current forecast being positive, underpinned by growth in mining, agriculture, and industrial activities. In this regard, energy is considered a key enabler to growth, hence investment in the energy sector, especially renewables, will assist in self-propelling of the economy. Ladies and gentlemen, my ministry and the United Nations Development Program participated and launched the program titled The Energy Offer in April 2022, which is funded to the tune of United States dollars $1.5 million to be used in the energy sector. Energy offers target initial investment pilot model of up to 50% subsidy for renewable energy projects. Capital costs as viability gap funding is commendable. Renewable energy has been identified globally as a low-hanging fruit in realizing the goal of increasing electrification of rural communities. In Zimbabwe, the crucial role being played by renewable energy, especially mini-grid systems, will see rapid deployment of clean, sustainable energy in rural areas. Through the Rural Electrification Fund, the government of Zimbabwe is looking for partners who can fund or facilitate funding for rural-based renewable energy mini-grids and other renewable energy-based technologies like solar water pumping and irrigation for communities. The girl child remains key in our initiatives as we seek to level the playing field for both boys and girls. I also believe that it is time we begin to see rapid deployment of distributed renewable energy technologies in our homes to improve on communication, modern technology-assisted learning, modern entertainment, better lighting, cleaner cooking, and heating, among other applications. Several studies have revealed that small and middle-scale enterprises play an important role in creating jobs and wealth in developing countries. However, the development of these SMEs, particularly renewable energy companies, face several obstacles, including poor awareness of available finance options and lack of collateral. Access to low-cost funding for developing renewable energy projects is key to rapid deployment of affordable power to our communities. The involvement of key development partners is therefore imperative in attracting low-cost funding for renewable energy investors. This initiative by the UNDP is a very noble one, aimed at kickstarting renewable energy projects that addresses the poor energy access levels in rural areas. This project complements government efforts of creating a dedicated green energy fund, which, among other things, seeks to provide viability gap funding for renewable energy projects. The energy offer proposed to electrify more than 500 rural households with renewable energy in the next 12 months, which is very welcome. I am glad that the program will target the youths and women so that no one and no place will be left behind. I therefore invite many other organizations in this country and abroad to emulate what the UNDP and AECF has initiated here today, and I would like to commend the UNDP resident representative and the entire UNDP team for the job well done. I'm expecting that your discussions will come up with resolute actions which are implementable. This is the time to put our heads together as developers, financiers, investors, development corporation and DFI, businesses and entrepreneurs, regulators, utilities, and the government to find lasting solutions to the energy challenges. I have no doubt that the expertise in this room has that capacity. As I conclude, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all the participants who are attending this event. Events like this should continue to take place so that we further smoothen the hurdles that the renewable energy sector is facing today. With these few words, let me thank you all as I wish you a blessed day. Thank you.
Please, another round of applause. Our guest of honor, keynote speaker, Honorable Zemu Soda. Well, what was clear, as you said, Zimbabwe's capacity generation, 1,200, 1,400, requirements, 1,700. Some numbers put it as high, looking forward, as 2.2, Minister, but I think that's for development. So there's a gap there. There's a nice gap there for renewable energy projects to take in, and I think it's a win-win, is it not? Business, renewable energy, also leaving no one behind, and giving electricity, clean energy, to the citizens of Zimbabwe. And I think the discussions that we'll have a plenary discussion and a round table after the tea break, and then all the offers, energy offers from the various energy companies that are here, which I'm very interested myself personally to listen to. But having said that, I would like us to take a little bit of a break now for tea. We are running a little bit behind. Not so much behind, we have caught up. We can do, I think, 20, if we can make it 20 past, or what are we now, 6 minutes past, 11:30. You have tea upstairs. I think the tea is upstairs on the first floor, if I'm not mistaken. And please take your time to have a look at the exhibition, which is upstairs as well. We'll convene until 11:30 for a tea break. Thank you very much. If you just let the top table please go first and then follow them through. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please go ahead. It's 2 minutes. Attention everybody, we'll be starting again in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. So please be seated in 5 minutes. Thank you. Hello everybody, please can you come and be seated? We're literally starting now. Please you can even bring your teas down to the table if you like. Please can you come down now? Thank you. Right, let me go. I'm sorry, just a quick announcement. Can I ask the representatives from Greenco, Land Force, I think this is OTG, Presentation Template Energy Offer, Zonful, and Sattel Energy. If you could please resubmit your presentations to the back there, because apparently there was an issue with the computer. So please, Greenco, Land Force, last 5 minutes, Greenco, Land Force, OTG, Zonful, and Sattel Energy. If you could please resubmit your presentations to the back there at the desk, if you may. Thank you. Right, we're just waiting for the minister, and we will start momentarily. Thank you for your patience. Right, thank you very much, everybody. So just to repeat, please, Greenco, Land Force, OTG, Zonful, and Sattel Energy, please resubmit your presentations. Right, if I can have order, please, thank you. We'll be starting our next session, which is a roundtable discussion. So everybody, please, thank you, thank you. Ladies, Dr. Gatera? She smiles. All right. Right, thanks very much, everybody. Please, if I can ask you to all put your hands together for the following panelists. I'd like to call up to the podium Dr. Sorry, guys, order, please, order, thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'd like to call up to the podium Dr. Patrick Takawiwa, FBC Bank's Executive Director, Treasury. Patrick, please, a round of applause for Dr. Takawiwa. Mr. William Ponela, Chief Executive Officer, Zonful Energy. William, thank you. Mr. Tunde Akerele, Chief Executive Officer, Tatanga Energy. Please come up to the podium. Mrs. Dorothy Mushavaranu, AECF Policy Liaison Advisor in Zimbabwe. Please come up. And lastly, but not least, Dr. Raban Masuka, Head of Research at ZIDA. Please a round of applause for our panelists. Yep. Have a seat. Is that everyone? Here we go. Please a round of applause. Final round of applause, everyone. Thank you. Welcome. Right. Sorry, just give me 1 second. Right, everyone. All you need to do is just tap the thing to talk, tap it to turn it off. Yeah, either button. Just tap it, tap it to turn off. Yeah. Tap. Okay. Right. Right. Thank you very much indeed. Now, all we're going to have today is a roundtable discussion. I will ask a series of questions to our panelists, and then we'll have a very short Q&A session afterwards, which I'll take questions from the floor to the speakers who are here on the podium, and then we'll take it from there. Obviously, we are running quite behind time, so we're going to try and catch up if we possibly can. Right then, so let me start with you, Minister. Minister, you spoke in your speech about the government of Zimbabwe and your ministry putting in place key policy measures to try and stimulate the growth of the renewable energy sector, to try and stimulate investment in the sector, and really to make Zimbabwe a country of destination or attractiveness for investors. So maybe, Minister, you could just take us through some of the key policy measures, legal, regulations, or incentives that could help unlock investment in the renewable energy sector.
Thank you very much. We have a variety of policy measures that the government has put together to ensure that Zimbabwe becomes a destination for capital, especially in the area of renewable energy. Let me go back to 2012 when we had the national energy policy. This national energy policy entails the participation of the private sector through independent power producers who can come to develop projects, especially in the area of energy generation. And as you might be aware previously, all the aspects of energy generation, transmission and distribution used to be under the purview of the power utility. So there was some deregulation of policy to allow for that participation of the private sector, and now they can develop projects and also feed the energy to the national grid. Then in 2019, there was the development of the National Renewable Energy Policy, which came with a variety of incentives that includes taxation, tax rebates, which are now being offered to project developers when they are importing capital goods for the development of renewable energy projects. Rebates are being offered. Also, tax holidays are available for projects that would have been developed for a given period. Taxes may not be required. Also, land. The government of Zimbabwe is assisting in identifying and also giving access to land for project developers. And there are some various codes that have also been developed, like the third-party access to the grid, where a project developer can identify their own consumers, especially now that there is a growth in agriculture and in the mining sector. A project developer can develop their project from one side of the country and selling their electricity to their consumers of their choice, and not only restricted to selling power to the power utility. All those are on offer. We also have the net metering facilities, which comes with reduced regulations in terms of the permits that will be issued, the power generation licenses. Just recently, there was an announcement which was done by the government through the Ministry of Finance and Economic Development for the offer of a government implementation agreement. This GIA helps project developers to de-risk, especially on areas that were previously perceived to be too risky for investors, where they could not easily expatriate proceeds of their investments to the shareholders who could be outside the country. That is now being offered to allow for that expatriation through the intervention by the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, and also repayment of foreign loans that would have been procured for the purpose of developing the projects. The issue of currency convertibility is also being dealt with through the government implementation agreement. So we have quite a lot that is happening for the purposes of creating a conducive environment for investments in the country.
Thank you. Minister, if I ask, if I can separate the two demographics, the urban and the rural, because of course it's the rural area where I think electrification or then access to renewable energy is probably more needed. What sort of incentives can be given to those renewable energy companies? My first question is, what sort of incentives those renewable energy companies in the rural areas who can give it to our citizens in general? And the second question is about when power companies or solar companies put up their solar plants and feed into the grid, the price has always been a sticking point. I think they talk about 12 cents, yet the power utilities operating in around 10, 11 cents. So maybe you could clarify those two issues. Is there anything for companies that want to really progress into the rural areas? Because I think this is one of the issues of today's forum, is how to get clean and reliable energy to the citizens of Zimbabwe, most of them in the rural areas.
Thank you very much. In the thrust of government of leaving no one and no place behind, the government came up with the Rural Electrification Agency, which has a mandate to deploy energy resources to the rural communities. But like you indicated, it has been ascertained that it will be very difficult and might not be achievable to give access to electricity to all communities in the country through the extension of the grid, which was the mandate of the Rural Electrification Agency initially. But with the advent of new and contemporary technologies, the Rural Electrification Agency now has a mandate to also deploy renewable energy technologies. And what has just come out is the cost of setting up a power station which could be off-grid, given that all areas cannot be accessed through extension of the grid. Obviously, the next option will be off-grid solar systems. But like you indicated, the issue is around the densification of a particular system that would have been deployed in rural areas. What we are finding out is the viability of the project once it is deployed in the rural areas. And obviously, if the project has to absorb the costs of the cost of investments, the tariff has to go up. There is a viability gap. And this is one of the interventions that we are now finding from the UNDP funding, which we have just been talking about. This 1.5 million is one of the purposes for which it will be used to look at the viability funding gap, how it can be mitigated so that investors can be attracted to go deploy their technologies in rural areas where population may not necessarily warranty that investment to be deployed. That gap now can be taken over by such green funding like the one that has been established through the hand from the UNDP.
Thank you, Minister. If I can move on. Dorothy, there's been talk during the morning of some of the speakers talking about de-risk of investments. And I think it's something that we really need to look at in a little bit more detail. What potential changes do you see in legal and policy framework that you would recommend in order to further de-risk investments in renewable energy in Zimbabwe? I think that's critical.
Good morning.
It's probably a little bit too far away from you.
Okay. Good morning. Because I'm dealing with laws and policies, I have about 2 slides which I want to be. I want them beamed from that end.
Do we have the slides ready? Yep.
Thank you very much. Yes, the question is what potential changes in legal and policy framework would be recommended in order to further de-risk investments in renewable energy in Zimbabwe. So I'm going to look at the status of policies in Zimbabwe. So the policies that we have in Zimbabwe are the National Renewable Energy Policy of 2019, the National Biofuels Policy of 2019, the National Energy Policy of 2012, the National Climate Policy of 2017, and as you can all see that they are outdated and they are due for review. And then if you also look at the statutes that we have, the Electricity Act of 2002, the Energy Regulatory Act, the Rural Electrification Act of 2002, Environmental Management Act of 2002. The Environmental Management Act is being revised, but these other ones we have not had. There are some amendments, but I think we need comprehensive amendments. So if you look at our laws, they do not provide for renewables. Renewables are implied in relation to independent power producers in terms of the generation license. And then you find amendments that we are doing here in Zimbabwe. They are based on Section 4.1K of the Electricity Act, which states undertake such other thing which it considers is necessary or convenient for the better carrying out of or giving effect to the objects of the Commission. So as you can see, it's not clear. And then we have adopted the IEC standards on solar products. They are not legally enforceable because they are only standards. Then you find Environmental Management Act is not harmonized with energy laws. And then energy laws are outdated. For example, they are not aligned with the Constitution of Zimbabwe. They are not aligned with the Sustainable Energy for All targets. And also with the policies, because we have these policies which are newer than the statutes, but the policies and our statutes are not aligned. Then you find that we also have several challenges and trends which have taken place in the last years. These are not reflected in our statutes. So I'm going to the next slide where now I want you to look at what other countries are doing. So I went to Kenya. Kenya, in the preamble, they talk about, they promote renewable energy and electrical energy. Then you find it's in Section 4, it provides for national energy policy for 5 years. And then it talks about National Integrated Energy Plan. It also talks about the government obligations, that is to facilitate access to all persons. And then in section 8, it talks about the government shall develop a conducive environment for protection of investments in energy infrastructure. And then it then goes in subsection 2 to talk about promoting energy investments at the national and county level, and that they shall facilitate the acquisition of land for energy infrastructure development in accordance with the law. Then it also talks about environmental social impact assessments. So the takeaways here are the inclusion of renewable energy sources, integrated resource planning, cross-referencing harmonization of the national environmental policy, energy policy, the sunset clause, that they are the policies for 5 years, so there is periodic review of the policy. Then it's talking about harmonization of the national integrated resource policy. It's promoting energy access in terms of SE for all targets. Then it's promoting conducive environment for energy infrastructure development. Then there is a provision that speaks to the investors how to create conducive environment. And it's also tackling issues to do with land tenure security, and also forced displacements, and then the social and environmental assessments. So I'm now going to look at the last slide, where I'm also looking at Zambia and Uganda. So Zambia includes renewable energy sources. It's also talking about collaboration with Zambia Bureau of Standards. It's talking about collaboration with Zambia Management, Environmental Management Agency. And then it talks about orders and enforcement, performance compliance. And if you look at the Uganda Energy Management Bill, it's moving away from the single buyer model, where it now allows isolated distributed companies or directly to consumers for both technical and commercial expedients. Then it has removed the monopoly of the bulk supplier and provide for sale of electricity in bulk by a holder of a generation license. And then it empowers the authority to issue permits for both solicited and unsolicited electricity projects. So the bottom line is our laws are outdated. Our laws are not harmonized with the policies. And as I said, the policies, again, they need revisiting. We need, first and foremost, to cross-reference, to harmonize. And when we are doing amendments, we need to have holistic amendments. And our laws should speak to the targets. Our laws should speak to the policies. And our laws should speak to creating conducive environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dorothy. Minister, I know I need to move on, but you heard Dorothy's assessment there of the laws and legal issues and the need, possibly in her opinion, of revamping Zimbabwe's laws. Just a brief comment. What is your ministry doing about this?
Oh, thank you very much. You know, legislation is dynamic and it continues to change in line with the changes that will be obtaining in the environment. And as we continue to engage, our ministries are amenable to taking on board areas or issues that might have been identified as areas of weaknesses to our legislation. We are actually amenable to further discussions, and I think that can be handled at a technical level to make a review of the legislation, especially on areas that various stakeholders might think they are actually inhibiting growth of the renewable energy sector. But I just wanted to make an indication that the issues of collaboration that Madam has been referring to, I think they are also very clear with our policies and our legislation. The collaboration with Standards Bureau. We are collaborating, especially in the areas of setting up standards, particularly on the renewables. There was a time when we realized that Zimbabwe was almost becoming a dumping ground for defective and inefficient renewable equipment, and some procedures have already been put together, and that came to us, and we made that realization through engagements with the people that look at standards, especially for equipment that is brought into the country. And also there's collaboration with environmental management agency. I think you might be aware that for every project that is being developed, especially these solar plants that are being established, there has to be approval from EMA, which deals with environmental issues, to create harmony between the environment and also the need for production of energy. I think that collaboration is already in existence, and also Zimbabwe is emulated by many countries, especially our readiness to go towards the net zero agenda. We are one of those countries that have a regulator with the mandate of issuing licenses, various permits, and also taking cognizance of the various stakeholder participation in the area of energy. Also looking at the issues of tariffs, which is being done independently by the regulator. So I don't think we are very far away, and just to indicate that the ministry is amenable to undertake some reviews of the legislation, including the policies. At the end of the day, what we would want to achieve and to create is an environment that is conducive for all the stakeholders, so that we move forward as a country. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister. So I suppose the Minister has spoken. Let's change some of these things, or recommend to the Ministry some of the issues that you'd like seen. The PS is here, Deputy Minister is here. In fact, the top echelon of the Ministry of Energy is here. So possibly engagement. This is why we're here, to engage and try and get some of the issues that you've raised put into legislation. Raban, let me come to you, because we're obviously here, UNDP, AECF, and of course, Ministry of Energy and Power Development. But let me ask you this question, Raban. What is the role of international development agencies, again, in de-risking renewable energy investment in Zimbabwe? Where's Raban? Yeah, just push it.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the question. We do have a part to play as an agency in helping investors to de-risk the several investments that they want to make in the country. One of the major risks that we face as a country is currency challenge. Currency convertibility is a major challenge. We have investors who come in, and sometimes it becomes difficult to negotiate a tariff in US dollars when our people pay in local currency. So as a result, we continuously negotiate with government. Our role as an agency is to facilitate that discussion with government, to try and look at alternatives, and government has been very receptive to negotiating tariffs in US dollars, as well as paying IPPs in US dollars. It's an ongoing discussion that government has. We also help to discuss the tariffs that are relative, that are required by the investors as they come in, so that we have a win-win situation between the investor interest and national interest. We won't necessarily want a very high cost of energy. We want an energy cost that is accessible to locals, affordable, and reliable as well. We also have to look at risks associated with the regulatory environment. I'm glad the minister has highlighted that already, and Dorothy has also highlighted that. I don't want to belabor the point. There is also a need from our part to work with government closely to look at the operational risks that are associated with the investments that are coming in. As you know, when there is anyone coming in, there is risk of regulatory risk, because as the minister highlighted, regulations are always dynamic and they're always changing. And in order to maintain that, we have to keep abreast with the rest of the world. We are always benchmarking with our neighbors, regional players and international players, to try to ensure that the environment that we are operating in remains clean. In line with sustainable development goals as well, as an agency, we have to ensure that investments that are coming in, we're also looking at green financing that is required to be brought in by the people to ensure that whatever renewable energy projects that we are coming in, where we do our EIAs, we are responding to the demand to ensure that whatever they are doing is in line or it tallies with what the global world is looking at, so that we ensure that there's no harm to the environment. We decarbonize as much as possible. There is also the challenge, which is this is an ongoing technology transition. So we have to ensure that as we partner with the different investors coming in, they understand and appreciate the environment that we are operating in, and there is continuous drive by government to enhance supply of this power and supply of the resources that they want. So we need to mobilize the resources as an agency to ensure that as they produce the electricity, the resources that are available would also be able to accommodate the power that is generated. The minister highlighted earlier on that we have a deficit of about 500 megawatts of power every time. So we look at methods that we generate to ensure that our investors, as they come in, they come to fill in this gap. We also have increased demand. We have mining industry going up. We have agriculture going up. Our installed capacity has to continuously increase. Our national target in the NDS1 is to generate 1,100 megawatts by 2025 and another 2,100 megawatts by 2030. So there are drives that we continuously put that to de-risk the environment so that we ensure that we get this target that the president and the government has looked at. It's also important to look at the exposure to competitive power markets to ensure that whatever we are going to do as a country, we have de-risked as much as possible the environment to ensure that our production, as they come in, is as competitive as possible. As well as, maybe we'll talk about it as we have financial institutions, which is a key risk to get patient capital for these projects as they come in. Most of these projects, when they are brought on paper, if you look at our current financial services sector, most of our money is short-term financing. And you are looking at projects that take 13 for 15 years, and you need to have patient capital that you then give these people that the payback period, they have time to set up, they have time to start production, and as they do deliberations, power purchase agreements and so forth, they can be able to have a break to pay back the money to the financial institutions and be able to generate as much money as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Raban. Patrick, don't worry, I'm coming to you. I want you to listen, and then you have lots of questions there. But I like the point, make a note of this long-term financing, because I think that's very key, particularly in the fact that banks' books are actually very, very short-term, basically current accounts. But anyway, we'll come to you, Patrick. Thank you. William, if you don't mind, let me ask you this, and it's a similar question following what I asked Dorothy, because we need to support the industry obviously through market dynamics and future changes. So regulation, policy, industry codes, what do you see as the challenges in your view to supporting the renewable energy sector, not just now, but also going forward into the future? William?
Thank you.
I think when we look at police, we should not only look at the police like the national policy and the standards as well. We also have to look at the issues to do with the policy for provision of skills for renewable sector. Because this is a new industry, and as it is now from my experience, one of the biggest challenge in Zimbabwe is basically the skills for people in the renewable sector. This actually cuts across all the industries, whether the soft skills or technical skills. So I think when it comes to police, we have to be doing the policies simultaneously also looking at other areas, not only the technical side of things. Like, for example, I've never heard of a change in policy from the accounting field in regards to what is happening in the renewable energy. But from my experience, there is a big gap there. Because one of the weaknesses of most of our proposals when they go out there for funding is the inability to do financial modeling. So if you look at it now, you discover that the curriculum which has been followed 10 years ago or whatever is not actually talking to the current needs of the industry as far as what we are trying to achieve with the renewable energy. So when we are talking about policy, we have to look at the whole broad spectrum in terms of which policies are going to support what we need to achieve to move on from what we are currently using to renewable energy. Because you would find out, like what Dorothy said, most of those policies which were made, they were made probably with the thinking of a different sort of energy, not renewable energy. But now that we are moving on to renewable energy, there is also a need for us to relook at almost everything, including the curriculum of education, so that we are addressing the whole problem in a sort of, as they say, no one is supposed to be left behind. So we have to make sure that everybody has to be on board for us to achieve this. Right now we are talking about financing and everything, but personally what I see as the biggest challenge is actually the shortage of skills. We don't have the necessary skills for us to achieve the universal access to energy. Thank you.
Thank you. In fact, I had a discussion with the Minister of Higher Education, Professor Muriwa, only last week, and one of the things that one of the companies said was that there were graduates who were coming to them, and because we had rejigged the curriculum, they were saying, but your degree doesn't fit what we're. That can be applied to future renewable energy investments in Zimbabwe today?
Yeah, there are quite a number of lessons, but in short, I would simply say it's very important to be very innovative, especially in the sector. Because if you come up with a project and you remain within the innovation curve, probably you'll be overtaken by events. Because what I've discovered is we have got a tendency of doing a good thing for too long. Because it's too good, we keep on doing that until the time when we realize that other people have already moved from where we are. So it's very important that as a country, whenever we are putting up these projects, proposals, and whatever we are intending to do with renewable energy, we also have to make sure that we are moving with the world of technology. Because right now, here in Zimbabwe, I can challenge everybody in this room. There are very few people who can actually tell the difference between a new solar panel and a recycled one. And the majority of the solar panels which are getting into the country, including the batteries, which we purport to be new, they are actually second life products. So as a result, this thing actually cascades down to the customers. Customers don't get the service which they intend to get. and then they perceive solar energy as something which is not workable. So it's something which we have to learn as entrepreneurs, that it's important to move with the time and also to get collaborations with other manufacturers, and also to visit the places where these things are manufactured and get to know exactly how these things are manufactured, and as a country to also make sure that we put in place those things which would prevent people from dumping products into Zimbabwe. We have got a lot of products in Zimbabwe which have been dumped, especially the floodlights. I think here everybody has used the airport road and the border road. We have quite a number of case studies of some of the solar lights which have been used, but they've been stopped being used in other countries about 10 years ago. But they've actually been offloaded into the Zimbabwean market. It's all to do with people not actually knowing the best way to handle the technology transition. Thank you.
Thank you, William. Minister, we'll come back to you right at the end, but I think that's an interesting point about Zimbabwe being a dumping ground for some of these recycled or old technology, but obviously we'll give you a chance right at the end to comment on some of the issues. Maybe I could now call upon Tunde. Tunde, we're now talking about what we learned from past experiences. Let's talk about successful models and ideas that have been used in other countries to encourage renewable energy projects and investments, and how we can, I always say you don't have to reinvent the wheel sometimes. How can we deploy those sort of strategies and ideas into Zimbabwe?
Thanks, Andy. I think that's a really great question. My personal viewpoint is that each country has its own path towards a renewable energy transition, and Zimbabwe is by no means an exception. With that said, I agree that there are success models that we can learn a lot from. And I think the success models that I immediately come to mind for me are clustered around two. I think the first are the Asian countries that very rapidly over a period of a decade or 2 decades have moved hundreds of millions of people out of energy poverty. And I think there is a global approximation of if you give somebody 1,000 kilowatts of energy, it approximates to a household income of about 2,500. So it has an immense impact on the well-being, on the prosperity of nations. I think one thing that people have also realized is that it's very difficult, it's impossible to deliver modern and good quality healthcare, education, quality jobs, without reliable, sustainable, and affordable electricity. And I think those countries have gotten it right, and that has catalyzed their economy. The second cluster of countries are closer to home in Africa. I think the South African Renewable Energy Program, I think, is flagged worldwide as very successful and a poster. Kenya, I think, have done well. Most recently, I think we're seeing Cote d'Ivoire and Senegal attracting a lot of FDI and investment. And we can ask what is it that these countries do that benefit them? And I think some of the lessons that I think I can take out of it are really clustered around 3 things. I think the first one is to ensure that there is transparency and predictability in the governance. That is the role pretty much of the government. And I think having standardized PPAs, implementation agreements that address the key investor concerns, including currency, is important. I think it's also important to have that predictability and standardization so that you don't give one investor a Corolla and the next a Rolls Royce, because investors talk to each other. And, as things progress, I think it's a virtuous circle. Once the first project is banked, typically it will be at a higher tariff with a bulletproof framework around it. But subsequently, after 2 or 3 years, investors will see, banks particularly, who are very risk averse, will see that the model is working and they're being repaid. and a lot of that protection will come down. The second is around tariffs and to have realistic tariff expectations. You know, in Zimbabwe, I think currently we're dealing with smaller projects, typically between 5 to 50 megawatts. You're never going to get a 6 cents or 5 cents on that size of a project, maybe on 1,000 megawatts or so, etc. And I think there is realism here. And I think as well, I think we must applaud the government on the progress they're making on the PPAs and the IAs. The final thing I'd like to talk about is also, you know, just also believing in ourselves and the solution. Sometimes the best solutions come from within, and, you know, we just have to dig deeper within ourselves. Somebody once told me, and I firmly believe that, you know, investing from domestic savings is more virtuous than foreign domestic investment, and I truly believe that. And I think Zimbabwe is blessed insofar as we have a fairly developed pension and insurance market. So the capital markets in Zimbabwe, and you're a treasurer, you know this better than I, is fairly well developed. And you can get projects banked on fairly decent terms in Zimbabwe. Perhaps more could be done to incentivize local markets, local investors into that. And I think the final thing I'd like to also suggest, you know, I've seen it in other markets, and I think Zimbabwe is possibly ripe for it because of the maturity of our capital markets, is to start to consider, we have the VFX now, Victoria Falls Exchange. Other countries are releasing green bonds. Project bonds are being financed on those bourses. So if we could support that ecosystem, I think it would go a long way in expanding the local capacity for projects. Thank you.
Some very good responses there. I must say, when you said Toyota Corolla, it took me back many years. Yeah. I'm not sure the last time I saw a Toyota Corolla, but we got the point. In fact, you know what, Tunde, let me stay with you, because you can see why I'm keeping Patrick last, because there's nuggets here he has to answer to as the only banker up here. And I know I've got IDBZ later, so I'm sure I'll do the same to that gentleman later. But Tunde, you know, everyone talks about energy-efficient appliances, lighting, equipment. You know, I don't know. I don't think it's something that's in Zimbabweans' DNA at the moment. You know, we just like light bulbs. We don't know whether it should be, you know, user-friendly, energy-friendly. We just get a light bulb. So how can we make heavy industry and supply chains greener through use of energy efficiency applications and so forth? I mean, how can we take that step? Because again, you know, we talk renewable energy here in this forum, but when you walk out there, and I'm going to ask Dorothy a question about engagement just now, but when we walk out there, you know, people, I don't know, it's almost like it's somewhere else happening. Even heavy industry, it's somewhere else. It isn't really our issue, yet it is our issue.
Thank you, Andy, for that question. One of the things that I also came across in terms of statistics recently is that Zimbabwe has a pretty high, relative to its economy, dependence on energy to generate its GDP. And, you know, I think we're approximately 1,000, is it 1,000 kilowatts for a GDP point? And I think we're quite high. So our economy depends a lot on energy. We can't grow this economy. And this is because, you know, we have heavy industries. We do have them, and some of them are shut down, the Ziscos, the Sables, etc. And we also have a lot of mines. And I think mines are pretty much our heavy industry in Zimbabwe. And this is pretty much the most challenging part of making renewables work, is decarbonizing heavy industry and mining, which are very dirty, and they require baseload energy. Most of these plants, to be run profitably, you need to run them at about 95% availability. So they, you know, the most efficient manufacturers and mines, they work 3 shifts, they just shut down 1 or 2 hours for maintenance a day. You can't do that on solar or on wind, which is determined by weather factors. So I still do think that there is a role to play in a transition economy such as us for gas. Gas, I think, is part of the transition in Zimbabwe. Hopefully we'll be blessed with something at Muzarabani. But I think the other thing when it comes to decarbonizing heavy industry, they need that baseload power, and it's difficult to get that to work without the grid. So you need the grid. Integrating into the grid, I think it's proving very, very challenging to get the system usage or the wheeling arrangements in line and cost effective to make solar part of the solution right now. And I hope it comes sooner rather than later. And then I think finally, in terms of the ultimate solution is where the planet is going, is towards green hydrogen, where you take renewable energy and then you produce hydrogen out of it. And hydrogen is a very efficient energy vessel. Interestingly, in Zimbabwe, I think for 40 years, Zimbabwe ran the largest global electrolysis plant. Pretty much for 30 years, all of Zimbabwe's fertilizer was derived from electrolysis. So this country has actually got possibly one of the most global experiences in green ammonia, which is what you really need, green hydrogen and to decarbonize these sectors. When I move around and I speak to people, particularly Europeans, who talk about a 20 megawatt green hydrogen plant as being massive, and I mentioned that, you know, for 30 years, 115 megawatt plants ran very profitably in Zimbabwe. They fall off their chairs. So I think the final solution, ultimate solution is green hydrogen. The price is still very high. You need very cheap electricity, the 2, 3, 4 cents to make it viable, and we're not there yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow, a lot to think about there, Tunde. Thank you very much indeed. But I think one critical area, of course, is the fact that we want to become a middle-income economy by 2030, and that means we have to grow our economy year in and year out, and we need power. It's that simple. And if we have a deficit now, can you imagine in 2, 3, 4 years, if we keep to NDS1 and we keep to the government's plan and our plan to become a middle-income economy, we are going to run more and more out of power. So all these ideas of what we need to discuss today, it's not just about solar, it's not just about wind. There's also, as he said, you've also got nitrogen and so forth. So let's take those discussions and the comments from our panelists later on into this. Now, before I get to Patrick, I'm coming to you, don't worry, sir. Dorothy, I need to ask you this, because again, it's something I sort of touched on just now, this concept of people's knowledge or understanding of renewables. I mean, you know, everyone in the rural areas, they have some sort of solar at some point, whether it's to run their radio or a bit of lights here and there. But what I'm interested in is community engagement. Why is it important to engage the communities in energy projects? And if so, why?
Thank you very much, Andrew. I want to refer you to Section 73 of the Constitution of Zimbabwe that promotes environmental rights. And the cornerstone of environmental rights are the right to prior and informed consent of communities. And I think you saw when I talked about Kenya, where it's promoting environmental social impact assessments. And here in Zimbabwe, the Environmental Management Act promotes environmental social impact assessments. But the question is, how are we engaging our communities? The question is, are communities meaningfully participating in those processes? And you find that it is not a tick box exercise, because they are supposed to be identifying the positive and impacts of a project. And you find that when you engage communities, we are going to be at the same level with them in understanding the kind of benefits that are going to accrue to them. How much are they going to get? How much is the project, the company that's the project developer going to procure from the local communities? How much scholarships are communities going to get, or even skills? So you find if there isn't transparency, especially in negotiating for those projects, the energy projects, it raises a lot of conflicts. And I think you have seen we also have conflicts around mining areas and the like, because communities don't know. It's better to engage so that you have, you know their expectations, you also manage their expectations, you also have grievance handling procedures so that you kind of reduce tensions around projects. And the other issue that you should also remember is investors would only come to a country that is promoting its human rights. Will come to a country where communities are being engaged. Will come to a country where labor laws are being complied with. So when it comes to due diligence, human rights due diligence, those are some of the issues that one has to be alive to. So it's very important to engage communities in energy projects throughout the project cycle. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think that's a very critical point. Thank you. Right. Patrick, I know you've been waiting patiently, but I think you've heard everyone, so I'm going to ask you both the questions at once, and then we'll take it from there. Then I'll ask the Minister to just wrap up. I think he has some comments to give to some of the other guests up here, comments, and we'll take it from there. Patrick, thank you for being patient, but I think that it was important for you to hear all of the comments before I came to the banker, because from the beginning of this forum, it's always been about finance. It's talking about can the banks do? What can development partners do? How can we think outside the box to get financing for renewables? How can we get longer-term financing, an issue raised by William a bit earlier? So my two questions to you are, the first one, of course, financial de-risking tools that can be applied to encourage renewable energy investments. What would those be, or what would you recommend as the treasurer of FBC Bank? And the second one, of course, is what is the role of banks in developing sustainable financing instruments for renewable energy investments in Zimbabwe, encompassing some of the comments here from my other guests on the podium. Patrick, I'm going to give you time because you are the banker and everyone is now perked up because we're talking finance and money. Up to you.
Thank you, and thank you for being here, because you're going to back me up as a banker. Thank you very much. Good to be here. I think I'll just start off by saying, pointing out two major reasons or risk profiles that are actually discouraging or impeding investments into renewable energies. And there are two main issues that I would like to share with the team. The first one is that of market failure. Market failure by way of policies. Either the policies are not there, or the policies are there, they are not in harmony. The policies are there, they are not clear. The policies are there, but a lot of the stakeholders are not aware of, or they are not being used as they ought to be. So that really discourages or slows down the acceleration or the transition to renewable energies. Most investors would want an assurance that the policy is going to protect and secure their investments before making such investments. Secondly, again, in terms of market failure, this really relates to me and here. market failure by way of us as banks in our situation, given the Zimbabwe environment, which I think colleagues up here have already highlighted too, there is really need for suitable financing. One mentioned the aspect of patient capital, but before we even speak of patient capital, we need to look at the nature of investments that is required into renewable energy. It has to be long-term finance, it has to be affordable, it has to be accessible, and also we have to understand the nature of what is it that we are financing. Renewable energy financing, these are project finance, and these projects, they need a lot of money, which on its own is a barrier to every Jack and Jill to come and participate or to actively take a role in that. But we are trying to do that in our own ways. So as from a banking perspective, we have noted that if there is policy harmony, clarification, and obviously knowledge is shared among its all stakeholders, that there's a general understanding, there is likelihood that there's collaboration in terms of mobilization of resources. Those with money, as you guys would appreciate, as banks, we are at the center of capital allocation. But we are talking of people's monies. They are looking for a return. They are looking for security. They want it to be paid back in certain periods, their expectations, their shareholder expectations. It's a business, and I think it's very important that the markets, the stakeholders, banks, customers, because even by market failure, it also hinges on us as consumers. Are we really paying the bills that we ought to pay? Are we paying them on time? Do we understand our role in actually propping up or encouraging investment? If we are paying our bills, we are actually positively contributing to investment into the renewable energy sector. If you are paying our bills, we are making available liquidity through the financial service sector by way of your savings, by way of your monies that you bank. But if you're putting your monies under the pillow, you are denying those who are looking for capital an opportunity to utilize that money to create renewable energy investments that will generate the energy that we require and sustain development for all of us. Getting back to the aspect of financial de-risking tools, and there are quite a number, but I will just probably narrow down on a few pointers which I would like to share with the team. The first one that I would like to talk about is probably the easier one, which most people always want to point at the minister or government, which in its own is something that we also need to walk away from. Because people say, why don't you give tax concessions? It is one of the tools to de-risk because it's going to make investment more favorable. It offers the investor an incentive, or in fact, maybe it's actually going to lower the cost of doing business. So ministry or government can also allude or consider tax incentives, lower the tax to encourage investment, especially this is a new frontier. And people that are coming to invest, they need something. They need to be incentivized. They need something that interests them. So it's one area which I think the government or the monetary authorities, our regulator or the Minister of Finance, the fiscal policy authorities need to look at. But obviously, again, we need the taxes also to be invested back, government source of funding, to subsidize or to allow certain developments in rural areas where it doesn't make any viable business sense to put up certain investments. The government will come in. Where does the money come from? From the tax. So there's a balancing act to really incentivize by way of tax concessions, but we also need to collect these taxes to ensure that the system is kept rolling and moving. The second point or instrument is quantity instruments. This really I'll be talking to my colleague and my MP, who is gracing this occasion today. We're talking about the aspect of quota mandates. You need to be flexible in terms of allowing certain concessions or certain limits to investors. If one has got capacity to generate so much, allow them within confines. All you have to do is to make the necessary regulation, put up the limits, and give them the parameters. But the framework should be should be acceptable to both parties so that it makes business sense for those that are actually going to be generating electricity, and it guarantees them that the investment is going to last or is going to give them a return at the end of the period. We're looking also at the feed-in premiums, which again is the regulator who also plays a part. We're looking also at renewable energy credits. It's another incentive which also is required to ensure that at least we are looking at lowering the cost of investing in renewable energy. The other aspect or key aspect in terms of the de-risking tools, this also touches on us as banks and the ministry, or in fact most of the stakeholders, is the pricing instruments. Here we are talking about the tariffs that are going to be charged. Are they affordable? Do they make business sense? Do they give enough margin or space for the businessman, the investor, to invest more into the business, to run the operations? Are they sustainable as well? So it's really a collective effort, which is why we are here to collaborate and share ideas in terms of how do we ensure that the way we price the tariffs, the way we price the products, the way we price the products or even the investment. For example, as banks currently, due to the cost of funding that is available locally, if I'm going to charge 220% to an investor who is looking at putting money into a renewable energy project, it's a non-starter. I'm simply making it difficult for the guy to take off, and these are long-term projects, so they really need affordable financing, affordable interest rates. So there's a lot that we can do, but simply put, and like I said, we're looking at pricing instruments, quantity instruments, and the tax incentives to try and minimize or reduce the risk profile of investments into the renewable energy sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for Patrick. Now, I know Patrick is with us. I hope he's with us for the day. So please approach him, any of you, because I've known him for many years. When it comes to financing structures, he's your man. So please come talk to him, understand what the banks can give, the reasons why long-term financing could be issued, the way of thinking out of the box. I think that's very important. Now, I do have to round up, unfortunately, this discussion. However, it behoves me to give the Minister of Energy and Power Development the final word. Minister, just a few minutes for you to maybe respond and some of the issues that you'd like to raise very quickly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let me also take this opportunity to thank all the panelists who have been with me here for this discussion. The issues that have been touched on are many, and I want to promise you that we value such engagements because that's how we can only get feedback from the various stakeholders and for the purposes of coming up with policies which are all encompassing. The issues of legislation that have been noted, I think we have actually taken note of the issues that have been raised, and we will be looking into our legislation to check and see if there is need for reviews and create some alignments. The issues of risks, various risks that have been noted, the need for reviewing of tariffs. I think this has been spoken by a number of panelists, but let me indicate the government's commitment towards this area of a tariff review. Already studies have been carried out to ascertain the cost of service that is provided by the power utility, and we are cognizant of the need to continuously be reviewing these tariffs so that they continue to be cost reflective. Just recently, government introduced a variety of mechanisms to ensure that there is preservation of these tariffs. Yes, we are aware that most of the consumers pay for their energy, especially electricity, in local currency, but there are mechanisms to ensure that there is preservation of the tariffs by frequent reviews so that the utility continues also to be credible, and the ability to meet financial obligations is also exhibited, especially when the utility becomes the off-taker. We are cognizant of that, and we will continue to be looking at that. I got a lot of interest from the patient capital, and this one, I think there's need to continue conversations on the issue of the patient capital, especially for the purposes of development of projects, where some financiers or some funders can provide a bit of some time before repayments can be asked for. I think this can assist us for the purposes of having projects getting developed. The issue of skills deficit, we have also taken note of it, and the need to influence remodeling of the curriculum to speak to the current needs of the industry. This has been taken note of, and also a variety of lessons that have been learned from other jurisdictions. This has been taken note of, but of concern has been the issue of standards, where some products, substandard products, could be finding their way into the country. I think this one will also be working with the Ministry of Industry to ensure that we plug on on those holes, and at the end of the day, ensuring that as a country we don't become a dumping ground for substandard products and recycled products. Where we require new products, then it has to be specific, it has to be clear that we are importing new products into the country. We continue to learn, like I've already indicated, from other jurisdictions. The issues of transparency, I think many panelists have spoken about the issues of transparency. Also on licensing, which is being done by the regulator, and also various provisions that and regulations which are being made by the regulator. We have taken note of this requirement. On the issue of the involvement of the insurances, pension funds, already we have this provision through our renewable energy policy, through the prescribed assets provision. I know of some investments that have already benefited from this provision. It's a provision which is already there, and which can be explored, especially for the purposes of providing finance for the projects. The issues of energy efficiency, and also the need for broadening our energy mix, I think it's something that is continuous, and we will continue to be working on this area, given our experiences with this need to diversify our energy mix. Our experiences, especially from Kwaramba, have taught us some lessons where we have been depending mainly as a country from generation from Kwaramba, but because of the low water levels that accumulated in the dam, we could not continue to generate at the levels that we have been enjoying last year. So there is that need to also explore on potential for wind, potential for, yes, gas to energy, with the prospects of Muzarabani achieving commercial discoveries of gas. There is a lot of work that is being done in order for us to be ready. We are working on a policy that will address that area. Yes, the need for continuous engagement with local communities, especially when projects are being developed. Yes, we have taken note of that, and I think this one will be an enhancement of what we are currently doing through EMA, but you have indicated that there could be possibilities of conflicts. We note this and the need to create a sense of belonging from the communities, so that they also take the project as their own. The issue of protection of investments, tax concessions, this has been noted, and the need for viability gap funding. You mentioned that it could come in form of subsidies. We have also taken note of that, and we shall be discussing with the Ministry of Finance to see how that can be afforded. But we also realize and accept that there is need to be working around the issues of viability, especially when we want to deploy off-grid solar systems, especially in the rural areas. As I conclude, let me just indicate that we are very much amenable to continue to benchmark ourselves with international best practices and what's happening in other jurisdictions, like what has been indicated, the likes of Kenya, what's also happening there. We continue to learn and also to develop ourselves from what others are doing. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister of Energy and Power Development, Jem Musoda. Thank you, sir. Please, another round of applause for all of the panelists up here. That was an excellent discussion. Now then, I do want to have a Q&A, but what I would ask is please retain your questions. I'm not sure if the Minister will be with us after lunch, but I think the Permanent Secretary and, of course, the Deputy Minister will be here. So please retain your questions, and I hope the Minister will be. I think he's probably engaged later on, but if he is, he'll be able to maybe answer your questions after lunch. So if I may ask my panelists to please leave the stage. Thank you. Thank you very much, please. A round of applause for them all. Right, thank you very much indeed. Now then, if I can ask, I'm going to try and see if we can get through at least 3 energy offers, pitches, project pipeline pitches, at least 3, because then we have that will take about 10 minutes each. If I can ask each of the first 3 to just give us 10 minutes per pitch pipeline, please, and then hopefully we'll have lunch. I'm also hoping that we have more than one serving table, because obviously one serving table doesn't suit 150 people. So I could only ask the caterers, please, to put a couple more serving tables up so we can get through lunch quickly and get back here, because we need to catch up on time. So if I can ask three ladies and gentlemen to come up to the stage immediately. I'd like to ask Mrs. Valeria Gambino from N Green Solutions, Mr. Simbarashe Gwenzi, CEO of Youth Economic Capital, and I'd also like to ask Mr. Gwinyai Rondozai from the Mwenezi and Cholocho Community Renewable Energy Projects to please come up on stage. Thank you. Please, a round of applause. There you are. Come and sit closer. Yeah. All right, thank you. So I think let's start off immediately. All right, let's have a round of applause for the last. Thank you. Let's start immediately. As I said, 10 minutes, if you may. If you could stick to the 10-minute timetable, I'd really appreciate that. Mrs. Valerie Gambino, N Green Solutions. How's that? Is that way better?
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah?
Fine. Good morning, everybody.
You put the presentation up?
Here we are. Good morning. Well, considering the objective of pursuing the universal access to energy, as well as the opportunity of integrating the centralized solution with the national grid, with these premises, UNDP has developed a mini-grid feasibility study, and Green was placed to perform it. Well, the study goes through 2 main phases. The first phase was related to a pre-feasibility, in which 10 sites was pre-selected throughout the entire country, throughout all the provinces. And this studies was analyzed, and after that, 5 sites was shortlisted according to selection criteria that deal with accessibility, infrastructures, demography, economic profile, energy resources, and as well as access to finance in terms of local microcredits. So, the approach was to leverage on rural market areas and productive uses. Actually, the mini-grid was designed around the market area and extended to the surrounding area until remaining within the financial sustainability. In the green table, you can see the weight of small businesses and the anchor loads in terms of energy consumption. Their weight is actually very high. You can see 35%, 53%. It means that the main load profile of the entire community is sustained by business customers. And in the second table, the blue one, you can see that the forecast, the 5-year, remained quite stable with a slight increase in the domestic demand, as it is quite usual in mini-grid projects. Well, but it's not just an issue to shape a sustainable mini-grid business. It's even an issue to deal with SDGs. Look at the picture. So we can see that businesses actually rely on diesel-based energy sources with a huge energy expenditures that lay around $30 for small businesses and around $90 for anchor loads. You should think at least think about meals, for instance. So it means that a mini-grid project is also there to try to replace such fuel-based current solutions with a more sustainable ones. So let's go in a deep dive into the 5 projects. Actually, in terms of engineering solution, all the project was based on a power plant, a solar PV power generation plant with a lithium battery storage system. And a backup genset is there to sustain the storage, all in case of emergencies. So the 5 projects, we can say, can be divided into 2 small projects and 3 medium-sized projects. The first small project is Shumba. Shumba has a solar PV capacity of 100 with a lithium-based battery of 293, together with 75 kilovolt amp of this backup genset. You can see in the second table the financial sensitivity analysis that actually shows that in the minimum viability scenario, the project reached an IRR of 12.1%. And to do that, a viability gap financing of 43% is needed. We actually even simulate an enhanced scenario, setting the viability gap at the 70%. This is to show how the profitability of the business increased up to the 22.4%. So, well, the second project, the second small project is quite similar to the first one, with a capacity of 17 kilowatt peak and a storage of 211 coupled with a genset of 60 kilovolt amps. The performance, the financial performance is about the same of the previous one. Then let's jump into the medium-sized project in terms of tickets. You can see that now the capex is around 1 million. In the previous one was 500,000. It means that here we are talking about a project with 180 solar PV capacity, with a lithium base of 547 coupled with a genset of 130. You can see, as the previous one, that the IRR is around 12% to reach the minimum viability scenario, and a performance around 20% is reached in the NANS scenario. Similar performance to the previous one are recorded for the second medium project, Zangama, where the solar capacity in this case is around 200, and the lithium base capacity is 593, coupled with a genset of 120. You can see that with a similar CapEx around 1 million, the financial performance are about the same. In the last medium project, instead, you can see that in Maninji, you can see that the viability gap financing required to reach the minimum viability scenario is a bit higher, is 61% in this case. Why? It's because of the number of connections. In this case, we have tried to, even the environment give us the opportunity to boost the number of connections. We have more than 600 connections. It's more or less the double of the previous one. That is just to justify why there is this slightly lower performance, but with a huge impact in terms of access to electricity. So, here we are. So, just to have an overall picture of the viability gap funding, we can see all the projects together. And actually, to reach the minimum viability scenario, all the projects, with the exception of Maninji, as explained before, lay within the 50% of viability gap funding. So this is a good result. For the sake of clarity, when I refer to the minimum viability scenario, it means that two assumptions has to be set. It means that the IRR should be measured than 10%, and the NPV value should be positive. Once these two indicators respect this threshold, that is how we set the minimum viability scenario. And at the same time, you can see that that boosting the viability gap funding, more or less all the projects are going to reach IRR around the 20%. Again, this is a good result. But the message is that viability gap funding on CapEx is needed to design viable and scalable mini-grid demonstration projects. So, together with the financing mechanism on CapEx, we go to the most crucial aspect in the mini-grid project, that is the tariff. Setting the tariff is always challenging in the mini-grid project, everywhere. Here we can see that in these two tables, we can have a look to three key elements to take into consideration, to consider a subsidized electricity tariff. The first aspect is the willingness to pay. We carry out a very deep analysis according to our methodology on the willingness to pay, divided into the customer groups. And as you can see, the willingness to pay in this typical village, that is Shumba, are quite aligned with the national ZESA tariff. So it's a good result. It means that the national tariff actually reflects the ability to pay of the population. But adopting the ZESA tariff, the project cannot be viable, cannot reach the viability. That is why, starting from the current ZESA tariff plan, we apply a multiply factor to propose a tariff that at the end lay in 9 cents, about 9 cents for domestic consumption, 33 cents for small businesses, and 57 cents for anchor loads. Bearing in mind that for this specific project, just as a reference, the LCOE is 0.24, it means that, keeping in mind the willingness to pay, the proposed tariff, and the LCOE of the business developer, it means that these 3 elements should be taken into consideration to set a kind of subsidized tariff for such mini-grids, because it's important that the tariff is affordable for local population, but at the same time should be financially sustainable for the developer. I'm going to conclude with some overall recommendations, but they are vital for the project success. So now we have discussed on technical economic aspects, but mini-grid business model should actually explore and be focused on the opportunities that comes from the public sector. So public ownership and operating model, even private-public model should be taken into consideration. These potential opportunities are vital for the scaling up at the national level. What's next? The water energy food nexus that comes together with the cross-sector partnership. So why? The energy is a driver for human development and for water and food. Now, it is already universally recognized, nothing new. But it's also true the vice versa. Some good opportunity can come from the water sector, the agriculture sector, the fishing sector, and they can sustain the energy project to reach the viability. We are experiencing of some good project and demonstration in other countries, and I really recommend to explore this opportunity, not only in the demonstration project, but even for the scaling up, and including large player in such discussion. As said, in fact, an anchor customer model base is crucial. That is why the WEF Nexus approach comes together with this need. Lastly, we encourage all the developers to explore hybrid solution in terms of mini-grids together with other decentralized solutions like standalone system, solar room system, and so on, in order to reach the 100% access in the area of intervention, even in the area where the grid cannot be extended because of financial constraints, but this supports the community engagement and actually increase the percentage of access to electricity. I'll leave the floor to the next expert with some key conditions for private sector engagement that are really important even for UNDP staff. And it's important to have a pipeline for mini-grid sites ready for scaling up. So during the demonstration, all the stakeholders should already work on the pipeline, on deploying a pipeline ready for scaling up. Secondly, is also already mentioned by leaders before, clear license and tariff setting process should be really shared with practitioners, and clear the risking mechanism in case of grid arrival. These 3 main aspect for the private sector engagement. And I really hope that this successful and promising, we can say, project will see the light into a successful project. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause, Mrs. Valeria Gambino, N Green Solutions. Again, tariffs, interesting, their de-risking mechanisms. Right then, so as I said, it was hard for me to interrupt her, but I can interrupt gentlemen. So two more presentations before we take lunch. I'd like to call upon Mr. Simbarashe Gwenzi, CEO, Youth Economic Capital. Please, a round of applause, Simbarashe.
All right. Thank you, Andy. So, as introduced, I'm the founder and CEO of Youth Economic Capital, and we are running what is called a Green Energy Accelerator. We are a for-profit, thank you, okay, let me just take off the mic. We're a for-profit impact investment consulting firm which works with government institutions, INGOs, multilateral institutions, so that we provide impact investment projects for communities that are focused on youth, women, and marginalized communities. The pain we have identified is a shortage of business renting space with reliable electricity, capacity to run sustainable enterprises, and accessibility of affordable finance for women-led, youth-led, and marginalized communities. Our treatment: we provide SMEs with reliable, fully electrified, state-of-the-art business operating space in the form of solar mini-grid energy kiosks, plus startup revolving funding package and value chain linkages to improve the overall income of those SMEs and improve their viability. How we do it: we buy used 40-foot shipping containers, we recycle them into state-of-the-art fully electrified operating spaces, which provide spaces for low-voltage dependent businesses that require operating space and energy for them to improve their production potential. And these kiosks are powered by 5 kVA systems and accommodating up to 8 SMEs, partitioned into 4 different shops. Who we are doing it for? These are the typical clients that we have when we provide spaces for them to operate. We've got people who are running saloon services, fast food refreshments, cooling and freezing services, phone charging services, printing, scanning, typing services, and sewing and dressmaking services. These are not the only beneficiaries, because we also have downstream industries that benefit from these people who have access to the places of operation. How we make our money: we charge rental space for use of the rentals and access to electricity. We also give them an opportunity for capacity building, which they're able to get at a nominal fee. We also use these places of operation as distribution sources for pay-as-you-go solar systems and products. We also provide market linkage and value chain development services for these businesses. For example, you've got ladies who can sew very nice attires that can also be marketed even abroad, but they do not have access of information or the different markets, which we provide the services for. And we also offer a revolving fund, which then comes with a nominal, minimal interest rate. How we sell and disseminate our services to these clients: we enter into strategic partnerships. For example, right now we're in a strategic partnership with the UNDP under the Energy Offer program. We are also using community radios to disseminate some of this information so that they are aware of the benefits of being in these spaces and why they are more viable for them to be there. We also use print media, word of mouth, and SMS marketing. You can see that we did not go for social media because most of these places, they do not have access to the internet. So we have been very practical in accessing these areas. The competitors that we compete with in these places are landlords of these small shops, of Growth Point shops. They offer 2 rooms at most per building, and we offer 4 spaces that can accommodate up to 8 SMEs. They have unstructured businesses under one roof. Our businesses share space based on their type of business and their complementarity. They have no access to electricity because all these containers are sourced and placed in places where there is no access to electricity, so off-grid communities. We have an inbuilt solar electrical system that powers the whole kiosk for 24/7, meaning more operational time. The tenants have to worry about their own security in our competitor spaces. We don't do that. We ensure that their places and their assets are secure by the systems that we put in and the guard that we employ to man each container. They have inefficient tenant support services from our competitors. When a roof is leaking or there's something that is down for these people to have good operating space, we offer something different. We ensure that there's maximum uptime, making sure that there's maintenance of these services at the utmost quality. They do not offer any startup funding or business development services. That we do, and we do very successfully. This is the team of innovators behind this. We have a combined experience of over 40 years operating in impact investment, development financing, development work, community outreach, and also solar energy engineering. These are the predictions of the pilot that we are starting with. We are starting with 4 containers in the pilot, being increased up to 8 containers in 2 locations, which is Gwanda South, which is Mashaba, and also in Hurungwe North, which is Dete. What we expect from this model that we have is that a 50% de-risking subsidy from the UNDP Energy Offer Fund yield will give a payback period of 3 years and 4 months, an IRR of 133%, and an ROI of 158%. What the future looks like. We believe that we can scale this business into a decentralized, combined 5-megawatt plant that does not have any distribution costs because all the power is centralized in that particular place, and we don't need to fork out any money for the distribution of power lines. Every service is within this space, and we believe that over a 10-year period with an investment of 25 million, we'll be able to establish this, managing to produce 5 megawatts and generating that amount of power, benefiting 8,000 SMEs directly and 4,000 SMEs indirectly, providing access to energy, access to finance, and capacity building. And we believe that at that stage in year 2033, we'll be able to achieve an EBITDA of 7 million per annum. What's in it for you if you come on board with us on this journey? There's equity of up to 49% that's available for those who can put up to 5 million in investment of scaling this project, with a 1-to-1 match funding to de-risk your investment and to ensure that your viability is secured and improved, and you'll be guaranteed of north of 133% by year 5 and an ROI of 158% by year 5. So, if you want to join us and partner with us on this journey, contact us on 0783 806 227 and info@youtheconomiccapital.com, www.youtheconomiccapital.com. Thank you, and hand over to Andy Hodges.
Thank you. A big round of applause. Simbarashe Gwenzi, CEO, Youth Economic Capital. Right, our final pitch this morning before we go for lunch. I'd like to call upon Mr. Gwinyai Rondozai, the Mwenezi and Cholocho Community Renewable Energy Projects. Please, thank you, sir. Do you want to hold it? You got a presentation or you just talk?
Okay, I need a presentation. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I'm representing the Ministry of Women Affairs, Community and Small and Medium Enterprises. And we currently have a key pipeline renewable energy projects that we are looking for funding to kickstart. And these are the establishment, installation and operation of a women and youth-owned 5-megawatt solar farm in Mwenezi, and also looking to establish and install and operate a women-owned 5-megawatt solar farm in Cholocho, and at the same time to set up an LPG trading center for the youth in Cholocho in Matabelele North. Okay. As the Minister of Women Affairs, we look to promotes the social and economic development of women, communities, and SMEs. But our clients also face various energy access challenges, and which result in a lot of developmental problems for them. So in response to this, as a ministry, we managed to undertake what the green feasibility study on women and youth participation in green and renewable energy from 2019 to 2020. And the rationale of our study was to ensure that we develop an intervention to tackle the energy poverty challenges that the communities are facing. But at the same time, we want our clients or beneficiaries to be part of the solution as well, rather than to be beneficiaries only. So this intervention was also looking to empower them to be able to take control of our renewable energy projects within their areas as well, so that they can benefit socially and economically as well. And our study was guided by the target of universal access for all on clean energy by 2030. And this is just a summary of the feasibility study. There are about 10 issues that we covered, which include situational analysis of the renewable energy sector in Zimbabwe, and also developed a framework for assessing the feasibility of solar installations, which is a major type of project that we're trying to put up in these areas in Choloche and Mwenezi as well. So if you allow me to go forward. And as a result of this study, we managed to come up with two costed project proposals for these two projects as well. And then we also had consultations with the community and stakeholders as well, so as to find the best ways and best solutions to deliver to the communities here. Huh? Yeah, okay. Okay, it's going down. Yeah, next slide. Yes. So the first project we have is the Mwenezi Solar Farm, which is located in Mwenezi district in Masvingo. As I said, it's a startup and it's looking for an investment ask of $7.1 million. So in short, the project is earmarked for Ward 2 in Mwenezi district, and it is said to be set up on 30 hectares of land, so as to provide power to the small enterprises at Neshuro Growth Point, and also to power solar water pumping irrigation schemes, and to also provide power for residential areas which are being developed in the area as well. And the project will be looking to set up a distributed energy services company, which will be made up mostly of women and youth from the area, who will be making up 70% of the shareholding, as indicated there, whereas the Ministry of Women Affairs will be having 5%, and the investor who will come on board will have 25% of shareholding in the project as well. So the project will be assisted by a project advisory committee for it to be kickstarted with a bit of impact. We're looking to have a financial advisor who will be supporting the planned DESCO with financials and advisory services. We're also looking for technical advisors such as HEAT and Renewable Energy Agency and Practical Action to support the project with technical support during the construction and operation of the solar farm. And then SNV will be there to develop the business model whereby this DESCO can operate with. Feasibility studies and environmental impact assessments were done by the Harare Institute of Technology, whilst the ZET DC will come in for grid impact assessment and the overseeing of the distribution of electricity services. The objectives of this first Mwenezi project is to establish a 5 megawatts solar farm to provide energy to the local community, and as well as to develop a distributed energy services company, which I spoke of earlier, as part of our community development initiative, so as to make sure that the communities also develop whilst they're also getting energy and also in control of the project as well. So the activities of the project will be done over 2 phases. The first one will be funded by an investor or a donor who will be providing support for the construction of the 5 megawatt plant at an estimated cost of 7.1 million, as indicated earlier. There will also be the construction of ancillary buildings and grid connection, the DESCO company registration in the first phase, and the operationalization of the business model so as to start trading. And under phase 2, we are looking to fund phase 2 with proceeds from the solar plants and from the community as well, which will be a major shareholder, as indicated earlier. And under phase 2, there will be a construction of biogas plants, solar water pumping facilities, and the growing of fodder crops and livestock production to provide feeder for biogas plants as well. Also wanting to develop a vegetable irrigation system and the manufacturing of solar vegetable dryers. As I indicated earlier, the products and services for the first project will be the solar plant, and also be looking to develop solar water pumping for horticulture projects within the area as well. So this project will not only be providing food security for the households, but also for the crops to feed livestock, which is affected by droughts in this area, since it's a very low rainfall area. And then the waste from the livestock will also provide fuel for biogas digesters as well. And as part of our empowerment, we are looking to train youth and women in developing solar vegetable dryers, which they can use to do value addition to their products. As you all know, value addition is one of our key initiatives as government. We are trying to ensure that whatever raw materials that are being developed by communities, value is added to them so that they can also benefit from higher prices and better markets as well. So this is also an issue we are trying to look into as well. As indicated earlier, the project will be run under a DESCO with board members coming from the youth and women from the community. And there will also be a plant operations committee which will be drawn from the local community. And the project advisory committee will be supporting this DESCO with technical and professional services as well for it to function properly and to hold its end until it grows up as well. So here is just an operating model of the project with the DESCO board made up of women and youth at the top. And below it, there's the plant operations committee. The plant manager will be supervising the caretaker and the plant maintenance staff, and the project advisory committee, which will be supporting the DESCO board as well. So we are now looking at project viability. As indicated earlier, the project will be costing 7.1 million, and there will be a yearly benefit of $500,000 and a payback period of 14 years. Since the lifespan of solar equipment is about 25 years, the return on investment will be about 14 years for the investor. And this will be like 11 years before deterioration. So an investor will be assured of maximum possible benefits, and as well as the community will benefit as well. And this will create an enabling environment for sustainability and continuity, even after the donor exits from the project as well. And then the electricity generated at the solar farm will have an identified market, which includes the rural community, schools, clinics, and residents of the new suburb earmarked for Neshuro Business Center. So there's a guaranteed market for the power to be generated at this plant as well. So that can act as an incentive for any investor as well. The consumers will be purchasing tokens at the power plants under a prepaid model, which some of us are familiar with at present. And the excess power will be sold to the ZTT DC. And the generation of the revenue will be based on an agreed tariff and the amount of energy that is evacuated into the power grid. Okay. So the impacts of the project will be firstly on climate, because the more solar energy and renewable energy that is taken up, it will mean that there will be less deforestation and less use of dirty fuel sources. And then there's also the socio-economic development of the area for women and the youth and local businesses will be benefiting from the project as well. And here is just a schematic diagram as well of what the project will be like. And then I'll be going next to the Cholocho project, which is an energy access project. It's a startup and it's also in need of 7.1 million. It is looking to be set up on 30 hectares of land and to power the local community, schools, clinics, and irrigation schemes. And since Cholocho is an area that is heavily involved in timber production as well, the scheme will also be looking to power up the sawmills in the area so as to enable the local entrepreneurs involved in this area to carry out value addition on their products as well. And during the feasibility study, the youth in the area indicated that they want to engage in the trading of LPG gas, since the area is very low on electricity, so they will need clean cook stores for the community as well. So the plan is to set up a youth-run gas center which will be registered, and they'll be getting into a contract with a bulk LPG gas supplier who will deliver gas to the center. The youth will also be looking to sell 3 single plates, 3 kg cylinder under a purchase scheme, whereby someone gets the cylinder, and whenever they're refilling their cylinder, a percentage of the payment will be going towards the purchase of the gas cylinder. And the model is also similar to the one in Menezi. There will be a DESCO board, which has 70% shareholding from the community, 5% by the ministry, 25% for the investor. And then the same thing with the project advisory committee as well. And our objectives will be to set up a 5-megawatt farm, to establish the DESCO, and to establish the youth-led LP gas project. The project activities will include, amongst other things, the setting up of the power plants and the ancillary buildings, the powering of sawmills with solar power, setting up of the business modules, registration of the DESCO, and to promote the manufacturing of furniture and other value addition services to timber as well, and setting up an LPG trading center at Cholocho for the youth. The products, I think I've indicated earlier. The operating model will also be like the one in Mwenezi as well, whereby a DESCO will be working for the project, and the plant operations committee will be drawn up from the local community so as to ensure that our locals get first priority in terms of employment. It will be running as a DESCO as it will be, as is the case with Mwenezi. In terms of viability, the project cost will be 7.1 million with a yearly benefit of $500,000 and a payback period of 14 years. Similar case scenario with Mwenezi here. And also the demand will also be, besides the social demand for electricity, we'll also be looking to power economic activities which require energy, such as the sawmills and timber industry indicated earlier. So there's more or less a guaranteed demand for the power to be generated here as well. And also because there's very little power in the area as well, the LPG gas will also have a high demand as well. The project will be impacting on climate mitigation and adaptation measures which are undertaking as a country, whereby the uptake of solar and clean cooking will also lead to reduction of use of biomass and wood for energy as well, thereby safeguarding the environment. In terms of socio-economic advantages or benefits, the community and the women and youth will also be benefiting. And the gender impact of the project will see women being more involved in community development projects, and this will also help people's perceptions of women's involvement in governance spaces and management to change as well. Because if women are also involved in these projects as well, rather than just being beneficiaries, the perception of the community and the current countries will change over time, showing that women and youth can also participate in these programs, and this will be for the benefit of everyone. I think this is a schematic diagram for Cholocho Green Energy Project. I think I've come to the end. Thank you, Mr. Hodges. Looking forward to the investors.
Yes. So thank you very much, Gwinyai Wondozai, Administrative Officer, Ministry of Women Affairs. So you heard the three proposals there. Please talk to them during the lunch break, and all of the pictures that are coming up after lunch, because obviously if you're interested, that's why we're here, to synergize and talk to each other and see if we can come up with solutions to some of the projects, the funding of some of the projects, and obviously generate power. So please do that. I already see the bankers already been interested there. Dr. Takawira has already started the discussions. Well done, Patrick. Right then, so we're now going to break for lunch. Again, as I said, we really don't have a lot of time. I'm going to try and hopefully get you back here by 2:30 if I can, but we're trying to avoid the long lines that we had this morning at tea. So what I would ask is, I would ask the top table to please start comments to go up for lunch, and then we'll follow by row. We'll start with these two rows and so on. If you don't mind, I think that way it will save you waiting in line all afternoon. So if I may ask Minister, Resident, UNDP Rep and PS and Deputy Minister, if you could please go up for lunch, and then we'll follow with the table here with Patrick, that row, and Doctor, that table there as well. We'll go after the Minister. Please give yourselves a round of applause. I think it's been a great morning.